Oh, my mic is muted. I'm so sorry. This whole time. Chef, thank you for being first actor chatter. Thank you for checking my mic. I didn't realize it was muted, and it was. Thank you for picking that up. I would have just kept going. Hi, Nancy. Yes, I was just saying, my kitty has is here. Scuff happens. Nancy, it's true. Is it even cooking if there's no cat fur around? I've just accepted my lot in life. Now, I think I finally got the other camera working. Let me just see. There we go. Here are some pots. So I might save that for when I do cooking because I'm just going to cook on the stove today. So I'll just leave it on this camera. So I only have one to manage. But Nancy, Chef, how are you both? How are things? Today we're doing Swedish cooking stream. We're making Swedish meatballs, and I also got some sneaky treat myself chestnuts. So I'm going to prep those as a nice little reward. It's currently, well, it's actually winter, but chestnuts are meant to be like an autumnal thing. Just wipe all of this down again. Kitty. It's currently winter here, and she really, really wants lap time. Understandable, especially because, you know, I have a very warm lap. Oh, do you know what we're missing on the camera? We're missing the flowers. You know, if there was going to be any day that I need flowers, it's today. So let me just put them in the corner. They just help keep me company and make me feel a bit happier. You're doing well, Chef? Work's all done for the week and now you're resting? That sounds so good, Chef. What are your plans for your resting? Let me get my peeler. I need to prepare all these. I'm going to do some mise en place. I'm using some recipes that Nookums, who is from Sweden, sent me from a cookbook. So let me just double check. So for the meatballs, I'll need an onion, milk, breadcrumbs. Now I'm going to be using, actually, is this milk still good? Let me just check this. It smells good. Yes. Okay, excellent. Okay. So I'll need to prep the onions. And the rest for the meatballs is pretty straightforward. The Rotmos? Chef, at the moment, not a lot. You've been dealing with pain in your sides, so you're not doing a lot so it can settle down. Chef, I'm so sorry to hear that you're dealing with that. I hope it will go away soon. I am also dealing with some pain, but the pain only started today. I'm not feeling well. But because I'd already bought all the ingredients for cooking, I was like, you know what? I need to cook these anyway. So I'll keep going and we'll see how we go. Nancy, you too? Oh my gosh. Hey, do you know what? It's okay. It's okay. Like, you know what? I've had a good life. Not that I'm passing away, so it makes it sound like I'm gonna pass away. But you know, this is like the inevitability, you know? And this is why we need to savor good health when we have it. And um and be kind to ourselves and be kind to other people who are going through the same thing, because you don't know when you're going to become ill, and it will inevitably happen to us all. So, Yum, thank you for the hugs and thank you for the love. Hope everyone will feel better soon. Thank you for the head pats. We appreciate you, Yama. Nancy, yeah, you never know when your hip joint wears out. Yeah. Chef, you're blaming work for your deal? Oh my goodness. Chef, do you, like, can you claim it under workers' compensation or anything like that? Because remember, you're living in a state that mandates employers pay for compensation, pay for insurance for the employees. Oh, good, you've got the ball rolling. Yeah. If you ever need so I've actually been through it before, Chef. So if you need someone to chat to about it, I'm happy to share my experiences. I went through it, but I went through it when I was working in public hospital. So, but I don't know how different it is in the industry that you work in. But I imagine it's kind of something similar. But yeah, if you need anyone to talk to about it, feel free to hit me up, okay? But I wish you all the best of luck in that process. I found it quite stressful because at the time I was working as a pharmacist, and it was very, very uncommon for a pharmacist to sustain a workplace injury, because it's not a very, but it turns out injuries can happen in any occupation. Mine was a repetitive shoulder injury because I was providing services in a very small satellite pharmacy, and we were servicing clinics, and the layout was not very good. And we kept all the prescriptions for the patients in the clinic in a folder that was slightly taller than me. So every time I had to pull down a prescription from a folder, I was reaching up and pulling it down. And then over time, it gradually accumulated and caused a rotator cuff injury, and the nerve got impinged, and essentially that space turns out to be very, very small. And also because I was putting weight on it with the repetitive movement, it was not good. So at one point I thought, like, I couldn't even lift my arm to drive. That's how bad it got. But and it was very stressful because for some reason, when I tried to claim it, they said I had to stop working, and so I went from full-time work to no work. I was still being paid, but because they had to do a whole bunch of getting insurance to insurance company to do an assessment with the doctors and stuff to find out the full scope of it, it felt like I was being interrogated about my injury, and all the while I was dealing with like very strong pain and also not sure if like, is this going to be a lifelong? I mean, I'm much better now, thankfully, but it was rough during that time. And also it turns out that I had a lot of other issues in life that being unemployed and suffering pain caused it to balloon, and there was past trauma in my life that I wasn't dealing with, and having this other thing happen made all that stuff kind of like that kind of compartmentalized and just functioned. But you know what? With issues in life, you pay the price at some point, whether it be affects your overall mental health if you don't deal with them and process them and learn healthy coping mechanisms. Yes, so in addition to receiving a therapy for the whole stuff relating to not having full-time work and work related, identifying work as part of my identity, I also had the therapy for all the past trauma stuff as well. It ended up being and it was kind of good because once I did go through the process and I got approved for different treatments and different anti-inflammatory injections and the therapy for a certain period of time, I got to have some stuff subsidized, which was really, really nice. And then eventually I did manage to go back to work. After which I also had an experience where a senior member pharmacist was bullying me. Well, I don't think it was related to that, but oh my goodness. And I was a bit more naive, a bit more, what's the word? Inexperienced. Either way, I ended up leaving for other reasons, but that did resolve itself. But you know what? Coming out the other side, I now have a lot more empathy. Not just empathy, I already had empathy, but I have a lot more understanding of the experiences of a patient, which was the people that I was serving when I was working as a pharmacist. So, you know, once you live certain experiences, that stays with you. And it just makes you a more rounder, richer person in life. So yeah, that's the non-specific story of my workplace injury and my experience through the work cover process. Do you know who the people that actually supported me the most, so or encouraged me to file it, was actually the nurses that I worked with. So I had I was what you call a clinical pharmacist, which is a pharmacist that is attached to either a ward. A ward is where like patients stay, or and also I had like medical teams, and so I had nurses that I was kind of supporting for the safe administration of medications, things like that. Let me do kind of like similar sized chunks. So essentially we're going to boil up. So Rotmos is a Swedish mashed potato slash, and it's meant to be done with a Swede, or also known as a Swedish turnip, but I couldn't find any. So the closest thing I could find is a celery root, a celeriac. I don't know how to pronounce it, but it's a celery root. And you can substitute it. It's not quite the same, but I didn't have a lot of options. Yeah. So that's what we're gonna do. Just gonna do like that kind of size. So this is the first time I'm actually cooking with celery root. Yes. I Iris, hello. How are you? Zelia Scarletto Iris. How are things, Zelia? I still love Zelia. As in that is still a very beautiful name, but Iris is also a beautiful name, Zelia. But yeah, I just today. You're good, you're good. You're playing Forza right now? How is it going? Zelia Iris, yeah. Tell me about Forza. How is it everything you hoped it to be? Are you having a lot of fun with it? Okay, I'm gonna put this. Okay, I should probably go in a bigger bowl. Let me get this one. You're driving a Miata at 450 kilometers in Japan right now? Yes, it's great. Zelia, that sounds so exciting. I'm glad you're having a good time. The graphics look really, really good. So, okay, I think apparently I'm meant to cut this top off. I watched a video on how to deal with this. Cut this bottom off. And then apparently I just peel this. And then apparently you can, oh, it does smell like celery. Okay. Is celery root actually from celery? I should have looked that up actually. The graphics are good? Okay. Is the music, are you enjoying the music in the game? Or are you playing your own music? And do you have a rig, Zelia? I got it used to saying Iris. Bum, bum, bum. Okay. Do you have a what? Like a driving rig for driving games? Like the steering wheel and the pedal and stuff? Sarah, hello! Thank you for the raid. Let me give you a shout out. Shout out and welcome in Sarah's community. How are you? It's Sarah. Wait. Oh no. I'm doing things on my iPad, so it's like a little bit scuffed. I apologize. Hold on. Let me run to the computer. Wait, can I? Is it just slow? Come on, iPad. Somebody. I'm just gonna run to the computer. It's not helping me out here. I must do this. There we go. Okay. All right, I'm back in the kitchen. How are we going? Okay. Oh, you played a special event? How was your stream? Were you celebrating? What was going on? Tell me. You heard there were meatballs? Yes. I'm currently prepping the veggies though that are going to be mashed. Welcome in Sarah's community. I'm Ame, an Australian PNG tuber. I'm a cooking streamer and I do stuff online. Generally, we usually have chill, cozy vibes. So if you feel like hanging out, please stick around. Sarah, if you need to raid and run, I completely understand. But, oh, let's see. Oh, Scrubby, hello! You're lurking. Sarah, it's Pride Party. We're raising money for charity all week. That's such a good idea, Sarah. Thank you for doing that for society and the world at large. I hope you're having lots of fun. It sounds like it's a lot of fun. Evelyn, you guys were being worms? Oh, that sounds suspicious, Evelyn. Sarah, you do it every year? That, oh, you are such an amazing person. Hello, happy Pride. Welcome in, Moo Moo. Happy Pride to you as well. It is Pride Month. I need to figure out what I'm doing for Pride Month this year. Usually last year I did a cooking stream, so I might do something similar, but I haven't been a little bit slow with not as proactive with my stream planning. Just been taking it easy. But it is a good reminder that I should be organized. Yeah, I hope everyone's well. How are you, Moo Moo? How are things going? And then I think, Celia, we were talking just about Forza, and you said you have a controller for it instead of and not a driving rig that some people have. Yeah, I've heard great things about Forza. I've never really played a driving game before, so I'm not like super clued in, but it looked really pretty. And I'm always a sucker for like scenic games. And to me, it looks like it has a lot of really nice scenes. So I'm currently preparing a celery root, which I've never cooked with before. So I'm making Rotmos at the moment, which is the Swedish mashed potato, but it has not just potato, it's meant to have a Swedish turnip, but I couldn't find any. So I've substituted with celery root. I Googled it and internet said, yes, a celery root is a appropriate substitute. I couldn't even find like parsnips either. Moo Moo, you're going well, you're fine. You're going camping for your dad's birthday. So you're a bit more stressed than normal, but you're good. How am I? Honestly, Moo Moo, that sounds so fun. I completely understand why it's a bit stressful, probably because you have to do a bit more planning, and things like that. But it sounds like it'd be a really, really good time for people to just spend out and hang out together. So hopefully you'll get over that. You'll be able to like persevere through that and enjoy the good time. How am I? Honestly, I could be doing better. I'm not feeling well today. And I only came on today, but I had already bought all the ingredients for the cooking stream. So I was like, all right, you know what? We'll start out. And the worst case is like if I decide like an hour in, I'm like, I can't keep going, then I can always end stream. But I might give it a go because I have this food anyway that I need to cook. Sarah, my grocery store wasn't great then. Yeah, and you know what, Sarah? I shop in a what do you call it, like shopping mall that have like multiple greengrocers and multiple supermarkets. And I checked all of them and they didn't have a Swedish turnip. They had like a daikon radish. And I was like, that's not the same. So I did though, one of the greengrocers did have the celery root. So I was like, can this be substituted? Sarah, you die? You hate camping? Oh no. I mean, it is a lot of nature. I actually really like camping, but I hate the I've done a lot of camping in my life. I used to be part of like a youth group. And I've camped like just straight sleeping bag on the ground in a tent, and I was like, you know what? I've had that experience and I'm good. I do love campfires. So now if I do camping, I go glamping. It's, you know what? My hips, my knees, my back. This is not the same as it used to be. I used to be more bouncy, I guess, resilient. But yeah, you love it. You was 4 last time you went camping, but you think you like it. Thank you for the jingle jangle. Oh yeah. Yes, enjoy the jingle jangle. Yeah, I know, right? And no parsnip. Yeah. You just need a local bathroom for camping? Yeah. Thank you for the hydrate. You're right. I should. And I shouldn't hydrate with coffee. I should hydrate with water. Where is my water bottle? That's a bad sign that I can't even find my water bottle. I have hydrated. Thank you, Zelia. I appreciate the hydrate. Zelia, you like camping but not with your fan? Sarah, you're delicate. Everything hurts. That's a thing. If only there was more sort of like, you know what, Sarah Lou, I recommend next time if people want to do a thing, I recommend glamping because everything's set up and there's a bed and everything. And there's the one I went to had like its own bathroom, so you didn't have to share the bathroom. It's like fancy camping. Sarah Lou, your family, your dad's side has a cabin, you like that? Ooh, cabin sounds good. Cabin sounds like a good time. Coffee's not hydrating water. Yeah. Don't worry. I got both. I got my coffee and my water. But I also need the coffee. I also drink tea as well. Evelyn, you want tea? I love tea. both the story tea as well as the drinking tea. Water bottle's an elusive creature. Hello, Christopher. How are you? Glamping you can do. Oh, thank you for the follow, Moo. I appreciate it. Oh, Sarah, you gotta go? No worries. You went late today, so you've been all week, so it's time to really go. Might be like, take your time, Sarah, and if you don't come back, no hard feelings. Please take care of yourself. Rest, hydrate, de-stream, whatever it is you need to do. And if you are back in here, that's great. If not, just completely understandable. No pressure. Bye. Thank you so much again for the raid. I really appreciate it. And thank you for trusting me with your community. I really appreciate that too. Bye, Sarah. Zayla, you want to go to the lake for the weekend with your friends again. Campfire by the lake, tent for a night or two, nothing crazy. Go around the lake town, explore. That sounds like such a chill, lovely time. Evelyn, you know I love the tea. Yeah. But like, I don't perpetuate the tea. I consume tea ethically. Can I just say? I consume like, oh, Mumi, you have to go as well? No worries. Please don't apologize. You know, that's life. That is life. But thank you so much for the follow and for chatting and for being part of Sarah's raid. I really appreciate it. Zelia, you consume tea competitively? Oh my God, Zelia. I consume tea ethically. I just love it when people like want to talk about stuff and I like to hear about stuff, you know? I think it's like a two-way street. And I don't spread tea. I just snack on it in my brain and I was like, that was great. That was delicious. The right temperature. I wouldn't even care if it's like 30-year-old tea. Like, if it's a story and, you know, you experienced it and you want to share it, I'm here for it. I am here for it. You've been learning more about tea rituals? What kind of tea rituals? Like, what culture, Zalia? Dun, dun, dun. Should I cut it in half? Or thirds? half. I think this size in cubes. Okay, I have done this. Let me check the recipe. Rotmos needs so in a large pot, cover with water, pinch of salt, bring to a boil, cook until they're all very tender, 25 to 40 minutes, drain, reserve a little of the cooking liquid, mash, stir in butter. So maybe I should, so it needs Frisian rituals. I've never heard of that word before, Celia. If you want to talk about it, feel free to. East Frisian, to be clear. Is Frisian, which country does that belong to, Zelia? Okay, I'm gonna grab a pot. I'm gonna put the potatoes in. If you don't feel like elaborating, no pressure. You don't have to. Oops, come here. So apparently celery root is more watery in texture, but hopefully the potatoes that I have will, I don't know, help with that. Help with, like, hopefully the starch of the potatoes will help with that. So they do smell really good. They smell like celery. So I think it will kind of like lighten up the flavor. The other mashed potato that I really enjoyed was Stampot, which was the Dutch one. Because that one we added, Stampot, we added, what did we add? Oh, rocket. You're meant to add like some other veggie, but I added rocket and I actually really liked it. Oh, that's my kitty in the background. A pinch of salt, and I will just set that to boil while I start prepping the onions. Put some salt in there. And I'm gonna pop that. I want to find the lid. And then let me empty out these kitchen scraps. So in Australia, we compost. We have like a public composting system. We're all at compost. Zelia, you didn't know I made that? Oh, I missed the context. So I'm going to deviate from Nookum's recipe, as I do on occasion. I want to add garlic. So I don't know, I think I might just prep that garlic as well as the onion. I love garlic mashed potatoes. And I'm planning to add a whole head in. Do you know what, guys? It is cold. It is drizzly. I'm in pain. I'm not feeling the bestest. And I'm looking forward to this mashed potato. And I'm going to add garlic because I'm going to enhance the umami of it. And then I'm also planning, like, this recipe has butter. I'm looking forward to the butter. I think the butter is going to be amazing. And the milk. Thankfully, I'm like sensitive to cow's milk in coffee, but I'm okay with milk in mashed potato. So that's what I'm gonna do. Which one did I use for scraps? I think this one. So I'll keep doing that. This garlic, this is also why I wanted to use a whole head of garlic, because it's a little bit green. It's sprouted. You can still use it. It's not like potatoes where it's like the eyes are toxic. Great potatoes are meant to be toxic. I was gonna say. So I've been reading my Dane novels. I'm still reading it. I'm currently reading Faraway Wanderer, and I just want to like process what I'm reading out loud. So to catch people up, at this point, I've only recently started and like gotten into the fandom in the last few months, and since then I have finished reading Grandmaster of Demonic Cultivation, Heaven Official's Blessing, Vasan, Ami, oh. Hello, Vasan. Welcome in. I hope you're well. How is your day going? Evelyn, you've been reading so many webtoons? Oh, I also love webtoons, but I go through phases where I'll be in my like manga webtoon phase, like manga, webtoon, manhwa, etc. phase, and then I'll just binge like a whole bunch, and then suddenly my brain will be like, okay, enough. And then like, time to read. And then at the moment, because like Danmei is like, I don't know, I've just been so enjoying the creativeness in the Danmei worlds and the fantasy and the world building that I've really just, oh, hang on. Oh, I just had to like let that pain spasm pass. Vasan, you're super well. I'm glad to hear so. You're going to sleep a bit later, but it's been really great so far. Lots of linear algebra. That's right, you have the exam coming up. I'm glad you're having a good time with it. And I'm glad that like your health has settled down, that you can like focus on your study. I know that was stressing you out, but I'm glad that that is resolving itself. But yeah, as I was saying, I'm reading at the moment Faraway Wanderers, which is a different author. So Grandmaster Demonic Cultivation, Heaven Official Blessing, and the other one I read was Scum Villain Self-Saving System, I think it was called. They're all written by MXTS, who is the author of all those. And this one I'm reading is written by an author called Priest. Now, I think the difference, so okay, I struggled for the first 20% of it to really kind of grasp me. I felt like it didn't take long for the other novels to kind of get me within like 2 to 3 chapters. Like there was already the kind of premise of the thing. So the what I like about, you've really been wanting to write, Evelyn, I didn't know you were a writer. What kind of stuff do you write, Evelyn? That's so cool. I am so I have so much respect for creative people and people who can write. Sometimes I just think like, I wouldn't even know where to start. I would love to read any of your works if you wanted to share. No pressure, but that is a super cool thing to be able to do. And even like whether it is fictional writing, whether it is analytical writing, like just writing in general. Stormy, welcome in. We're cooking today. We are cooking today. We are doing, today is, well, this week is Swedish Day, Swedish National Day. And so in honor of that, I'm making Swedish meatballs and Rotmos. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right, Rotmos, which is like a mashed, as a Swedish style mash with the gravy as well. So I'm just prepping the ingredients. Evelyn, you like to write romance and fantasy. Evelyn, I love romance and fantasy. When you say you want to write, like, has life just been really, really busy and you haven't had time to write? Also, Stormy, how are you going today? How has your day been? I hope that you're well. Why do we never get to see you? Oh, because because I'm a PNG tutor, which means that I represent myself with a 2D avatar. And also because when I started to before I decided to start to stream, I did a bit of research. And that women on the internet have a very rough time. And my reason for streaming is not to be popular or to it would be like everyone says, it would be wonderful to do it as a paid job. But my motivation for streaming was actually just to have company, to do what I want to do, and just to hang out with people and do creative things. And when I did my research, women have a really hard time on the internet with one of the things that we have to be wary of, or everyone has to be wary of, is the concept of parasocial relationships. But women in general get harassed a lot more, and also can get stalked and stuff as well. And that's the nature of the internet. And for me, I've always had issues growing up with the way I looked, because I'm Vietnamese by culture, but physically I'm not the same as other Vietnamese girls. And I had very traditional parents who would comment a lot on that stuff. So I'm okay now with it, but I don't really put a lot of emphasis on the way I look. So I thought, why expose myself to potentially a stray comment on the internet about the way I look and then have to suffer and deal with the emotional damage that might cause? So maybe one day, but right now I'm quite comfy with how I present myself online. So yeah. Evelyn, busy and you need to do research on what you want to write? Ah, I see. Yeah. I hope life works itself out in a way where you have the time to dedicate to your craft, because I think the world is missing out on amazing Evelyn creations. All right, my pot is boiling, strong boil, so I'm going to lower the heat to let it simmer. Hey Google, set a timer for 20 minutes. Cool. I'll keep an eye on that. Stormy, today you're going okay. You picked up your guitar for the first time in a while and just been playing some old songs. Stormy, that sounds amazing. Once again, I'm in awe of people who can play music, because I love music. And I tried to do some singing lessons, and I fell in love with jazz, but I just don't have the technical skill and also the brain waves to focus in on practice. It hasn't quite, it's not going to be I'm not going to not do it. It's just, I just need to find the right thing. Zelia, the ceremony TLDR, you put a Hoochie rock sugar cube in the bottom of a teacup, pour tea over it so it melts. Then using a spoon, pour heavy cream on the edge of the cup. Importantly, counterclockwise. And when the cream sinks, it warms up. then bubbles up through the tea, creating a unique look. Zelia, that sounds beautiful, and like it sounds like a process that you just need to calm your mind and be in the moment and just to go through those steps. Stormy, you understand about the story behind women being stopped on the internet? Nah, I appreciate that. Yes, thank you for the hydrate and the stretch. Welcome in. Yes, I'm going to hydrate with water, just to confirm. Stormy, you know the band City and Color? I do not, actually. You were playing the songs called The Girl and Body in a Box, and oh, okay, and I should go listen to them. There's a bit more to it, but that's the gist of it. Zelia, that sounds so cool. That sounds really, really cool. Hold on, I'm gonna grab some chopsticks and just give this pot a bit of like a stir. Just try and like get an even distribution of heat. Templar, hello, welcome in. It sounds like Ame needs a jazz yaoi manga manhwa danma to inspire to get into. So there is actually a jazz manga called Blue Note, that that I need to read. Apparently, it's like really, really good for jazz. I also would need to watch the I need to write the song for. Oh, not sorry, not write the song. I need to read that, and I also need to watch the movie. I think there's a Blue Note movie. From memory. Zelia, if I get bored, look at it. It's so heckin' pretty. Zelia, you don't have to, but if you have like a video of it or something, feel free to like share it in the Discord. Stormy, you should get the Discord and you get post some songs you've done and the song you wrote. Yeah, we do have a Discord. Yes, thank you, Chef. It's a Google form because I screen everyone that enters the Discord before I send out the invite links. Once again, to me, it's just so that I can make sure that any space that I am custodian of is a safe space. Yeah, and also a side benefit is that it stops the bots, the really, really smart bots. But thank you for that, Chef. All right, I shouldn't have cut all the way through the onion. Oh, sorry. I shouldn't have cut all the way through the onion because now it's just made my life a little bit difficult. I wasn't thinking properly. I'm just going to turn it on its side so I have more stability. And these onions will get mixed into the meatballs, so I don't want them to be like too big. But yeah, Templar, I forgot to ask, how are you if you're still around? Usually I know you lurk, which is completely fine. Request submitted, Templar. Yes, you're welcome to. Yeah. I'm not obsessed with I don't thank you both. I will get back to my admin team, aka me. Will review the requests. But yes, thank you for wanting to be part of the Discord. I don't really okay. Like, I just feel like I should disclaimer and be like, I'm not really part of a lot of Discords. So I created mine because there was like a lot of demand. from people, and I was like, all right, well, if you guys really want one, I'll make one. But I don't like fully know what people do in Discords. At the time that I made it, I'm starting to get more of an understanding. And I created using a template because I was like, everything you can find on the internet nowadays is like how to make a Discord. And I was like, oh, okay, I'll just copy this template. So there is like some kooky things that came out of that template that I'm still kind of like figuring out, adjusting depending on the needs. Needless to say, it's more of like a, hey, if my Discord's a little bit funky, if my Discord's a bit funky or the way that I do things isn't how other people do things, that's why. And I tend to do things because of like functional reasons, if that makes sense. It's like, oh, if there's a reason to do it and it's not too much effort, yeah, I'll consider it. Zelia, joining on my server, be like, let me send an email to HR. It really is. Hey guys, after I earlier I was telling people the story about how I worked in public hospital, and then stuff happened and it just wasn't a good place. And then I ended up going to corporate, and then I was in corporate for like a good number of years, like, you know, corporatese, like the language of corporate became and like creating Google form just seemed like it made a lot of sense. So I was like, yeah, then I can like review the requests at my own leisure. But yeah, there's like nothing too exciting going in there. All right, let me try and do this. Big Wordville. Okay, now you want tea, but it's 9 p.m. That's a bad idea. Is there like a decaf tea, Zelia? Like a chamomile or a, you know, something that won't stimulate you, that'll just help you relax? You don't have any? Do you have like, well, if you have mint leaves, like fresh mint or fresh ginger, you can turn those into tea as well. Nope. Okay. Do you have lemon? You could have like hot water, lemon. You don't have any suitable tea replacements? No. You are tealess. I mean, you have tea, but you probably have black tea, which will probably, it depends how sensitive you are. Okay, this should be small enough, I'm hoping. You could do honey. Oh yes, you could do honey and hot water. You have so much black tea. Okay, let me check this meatball recipe. So, so I take the ground pork, beef and pork mince. Beef and pork mince. Okay. I did get a mixed packet. This one. I need the breadcrumbs, which I'm going to substitute with panko because I have it. I know it's not exactly the same, but I have it and I need to use it. I need milk for this, which I do have, and it's still good. I have the onion. I'm going to put in, so I need the egg. I'll just lay out everything. Evelyn. Oh, Zelia, thank you for the hydrate. I will hydrate actually. Okay, let me see. Egg, salt, white pepper, allspice. Oh wait, do you have allspice? Excellent. And butter for frying. Okay. Have these laid out. Combine breadcrumbs and milk in a bowl. Sit for 10 minutes. Saute the onion in butter. Overheat until soft. Allow to cool. And then mix everything. And then I roll the little meatballs. And then I cook them. Yeah. That sounds pretty good. So I get out my butter. Soak the breadcrumbs first. So half a cup of breadcrumbs and 2/3 of a cup of milk. Half a cup and 2/3 of a cup. Let me find this. Evelyn, what about something like milk with honey and maybe cinnamon if you have it? Zell, you don't think you have cinnamon, but maybe you might have nutmeg and clove. Yeah, those might work, as Evelyn says. That's some autumn feel right there. Allspice, every spice, exactly. I'm going to put my chestnuts away. I'll prepare them in a sec. So I want a treat. Soak the breadcrumbs. I think I'll just use this bowl. This should be all right. Half a cup of breadcrumbs. Yeah. Okay, that looks pretty good. I have some heavy cream. You could do a mini tea pour. Ooh, that does sound good. That's still going. 2/3 of a cup of milk. Is that right? Let me just double check that. 2/3, yep. 1, 2. Okay. Okay. And then I will just use my chopsticks to give it a stir. Just so there's a even distribution of breadcrumb. And don't get any, hopefully any dry lumps. Okay, I think I'm going to set up the second camera. Because I'm going to fry up. Going to fry up the... So I'm going to move this over here. Hopefully I don't trip over anything. Let me turn on that camera. Ta-da! Okay. Hopefully that works out well. So I'm gonna need to shuffle this around. How much? I should use like a good size pot. Yeah, I don't have a lot of pots, but I'm going to use this size stove cam. So I have a traveling, not a traveling cam, like a cam on a little tripod. So it's this one here. So like it's this corner this way, and it's pointing at the stove. So I got a fancy stove. I'm glad you think so. It does the job. So I'm gonna move This is my cast iron that I'm going to use for the stuffs later. Where is my corkboard? Oh, it's over there. Sorry, put this over here. I'll turn that off. I'll move this over to let it continue to boil. I'll use this burner. No, I'll use this burner. I'll move this back a little. Okay, how much butter? It doesn't say. Okay. So I'll just grab a chunk. All of it? No, that's too much. Something like that. All the butter? Nah, well, I mean, for one onion, I don't want it to be too wet. So I want the onions to like absorb it, but I want enough butter to kind of like lubricate it. And I'll use a spatula, a silicone spatula. I need to get it like a little bit more. I think that should be enough. Just eyeballing it. Template, you're back. Welcome back. You're good. Today you finished up the Diablo 4 campaign, so you can begin the real game. You are also playing Magic the Gathering A to test out how the deck you've been working on is going. And you were winning a decent bit. Am I sauteing? Yeah, I'm going to saute these onions. I'm just going to let it like melt, but not get too crazy. Yeah, that looks pretty good. I'm going to let that get up to temperature. Now that it's evenly melted, I also have a thermometer. 94. Okay. What's cooking good looking? Vasan, I'm making Swedish meatballs with Rotmos, and Swedish meatballs with Rotmos, which is like a Swedish mash, and the gravy sauce, which will happen later. Okay. I'm gonna add the saute. I'm gonna saute the onions now. Seeing, hello, welcome in, Seeing. Templar, I did see your message, but I'll read it in a second once I've got these onions all coated in butter. And I might add more butter depending, but I'm going to do low heat because I want to soften them without burning them. Onions have like a high water content, so yeah, I want to give it some time. You love onions? Templar, today's dinner was chicken seasoned with salt, pepper, garlic, orzo pasta, ooh, sounds good already, and some tomatoes with mozzarella cheese, basil, and a bit of balsamic glazed drizzle. That sounds like a really good balance. And as well as the, oh, that is the veggies done. So I'm going to put that, and I'm going to double check. Stop that timer. I'm going to use the chopsticks to check these. Carrots are done. The celery root, done. Potato, done. Okay. Turn that off. I'm going to drain it. So this is okay. So I have a silicone grip thing that I put on that looks like this. It's very fluorescent green. And essentially it just stops the veggies from falling, so I can drain it. Boom, boom. Okay. And I can hear the onions start to saute. So I'm going to quickly put this back. Remove that clip. I'm going to put the lid on this pot. And that should be enough time for us to... That should keep warm for a bit. I'm going to increase this temperature. You can hear it getting up. While I'm doing that, I'm also going to saute or wilt the garlic as well. And just have a high sugar content. Oh yeah, that's why you can caramelize them. So I'm gonna do just gonna soften this. I'm gonna add some more. I'm gonna add some butter to the garlic. Garlic doesn't have as high of a water content, so it can be liable to burn easily. So I'm gonna like shift this over, light this up, butter and garlic, to a really low heat because I'm multitasking. Drain. Have I ever made infused butters, oils? Yes, I have. I've done like shallot infused oil when I was making the Vietnamese like butter to go into Vietnamese bread rolls. Okay, now I can increase the heat for this. Come on, onion, sweat for me. Let me double check this recipe again. So, oh, I've got to set a timer for this one. Should be all right. The soaking breadcrumbs. Sig, I've got to ask you, how are you, Sig? I did see you come in. Thank you for coming in. I hope you're well. Okay. That's still soft. All right. I was just asking, how are you, Sig? Chef, come on, are you sweat for me? Yeah. Well, that's what it's called, Chef. I need them to sweat. I need the water to evaporate. I know how to torture the onions. I'm kidding. Thank you for quoting that, Chef. Lasagna of oil for cooking that is garlic infused, so good. Zelia, you love you a garlic infused sunflower oil. Man, all these infused onion oils sound so good. Can you imagine if you know how people sunbathe and put on like sunbathing oil? Can you imagine if someone put like garlic? I know it's not the same and you shouldn't sunbathe because it's actually really bad for you. But wouldn't it just be so funny if you just like, you're like, what's that smell? What is this garlic smell at the beach? See, oh yeah, dentist appointment went kind of okay. The tooth is donezo and needs to go. They've got you on antibiotics for the pain. 2 weeks from now, you're going to go with a root canal. Oh my goodness, see. Well, I'm glad, was all the other stuff covered? Was it okay? I'm sorry you're going through so much pain. But that sounds like a pretty standard course. And I'm glad you're getting it looked at because, not to scare you because you're already getting it looked at, but tooth infections can actually become septicemia. It's like wild. when you're like, but it's just a toothache. But like, if it gets infected, it can enter the bloodstream, and then it can be like a septicemia is like a blood-borne infection where bacteria gets into your blood. So it's a thing. It can actually happen. I've actually been part of a like treatment team for a patient who had it. So it's a thing. So I'm really glad you're getting it seen too. And I'm glad they can put you on some antibiotics. The onion working on the pan. Yeah, up in the pan, working on my fitness. Ami trying to season herself for the vampires? No, thank you. The garlic is a weakness was a false flag from big vampires, so we season ourselves. That would be such a really cool like plot point in like a fantasy story. Okay, so my garlic is doing its thing. So I just want to soften the garlic because I want this garlic to go into the mash. It's not part of the recipe. I'm adding it. I'm adding a whole head of garlic and I don't care. Nookum's not come in and be like, that's not on the recipe, but I'm like, but I love garlic. And I want garlic mash. Okay, I think my onions are a nice sweaty color. Sweaty color. They're a little bit yellow. They're doing good. They're doing good. I'm gonna give my garlic using the same spatula, just gently tousle. But how do you pronounce that? Yeah, it's like the sentence is like I don't know, the character A reaches out and tousles character B's hair, like gently touch. Sally, if you put garlic, hang on. Let me turn off the heat for the onion before I reach out, because it's reaching the point where it could potentially burn. I'm actually just gonna let it go a little bit brown because I love the sugars that caramelize on onions. So I'm just gonna give it like a few more minutes. And then meanwhile, garlic is doing its thing. I'll lower the temperature of garlic because I don't want the garlic to burn. And garlic burns quite easily. How you doing, onions? Looking pretty good. I don't want you to burn, but I just want you to brown just a little bit for me. I know you can do it. Okay, garlic, you're doing pretty good too, buddy. Like, almost, I don't want you to, like the aromatics, like especially garlic, when it goes too brown, it can be like not the flavor that I want. Okay, so I think that color of garlic is what I want. So I got this for the garlic. So I just want to like take a little bit of bite out of the rawness, the sharpness of it. And then onion is just like, oh, it's like on the precipice of being like good, you know? I don't want to overshoot it, so I'm going to call it done. So these aluminum pots should cool down quite quickly. So I'll just, I've turned the heat off and I'm just going to keep stirring it just to like, so there's no hot spots. Okay, set that aside. All right, I'll catch up with chat. If I put garlic infused oil in my body, after a few hours, you taste garlic, as the garlic flavor compound is small enough to enter your body from the outside and travels in your blood till it hits your tongue. That sounds delicious. Seeing pain has been reduced from a Do you know what, Zelia? It sounds like something that people would do. You know that movie about the food guy? Like, you know when people take like fine dining to the like food experiences to like the nth degree? That feels like something that would happen in the movie. Like they give you a body of like garlic olive oil or like that you smear all over your body as you eat, I don't know, some garlic confit, black garlic thing, I don't know. Seeing pain has been reduced from a fluctuating 5 to a 9 down to like a 2 to a 4. Over the next few days, pain will get better. Oh, I hope so. Oh yeah, you plan on sticking to exactly what the dentist and pharmacist instructed. I'm good. Excellent compliance. Yesterday and this morning was like a consistent 9 for a few hours. That was rough. Templar, I mean, you are already supposed to add like a whole head of garlic into recipes over what it says. I mean, Templar, this recipe has no garlic. I've just gone, you know what? It's winter, it's cold. I'm putting it in. If it had 0 garlic, then that means 1 head is appropriate. Thank you. I'm glad we're on the same page. Thank you, Zelia. No such thing as too much garlic. No garlic heresy, exactly. Okay, so this is still nice and steamy. I've drained out the water. We're going to, before we do the meatballs, I'm going to let the onions cool. We're going to mash this. So we need to add some ingredients. What is in here? Okay, 50 grams of butter, 120 mils of milk or cream. So I actually bought cream, but I have this like, oh no, this cream is no good. No, I actually bought like a fresh container of cream. So here we go. Oh, grr. I'm just having a little. I need to go back to the weights, guys. That lid, I need to work on my grip strength. That lid had no business being that difficult to open. Not that it was like really difficult. It was just, it should have been easier. I need to work my grip strength. What's the process? What's the steps? Also, the jar comes out. Hold on, let me check. Reserve a little bit of the cooking liquid. Whoops. Mash with a potato mash until mostly smooth but still rustic. Stir in the butter. Oh, okay, at the end. So I mash first. Butter and cream goes in at the end. Okay. Let me put this aside. Let me put the butter away. I will need it, so I'll put it to the side. All right, mash first. I'm going to do it here. So I'm going to use a step stool to get taller. Hold on. And turn the camera over so you can get like pot action. And then I will mash this. Okay. Okay, so we have potato, carrot, and celery root in here. Oh, it's hot. This is good though, because the heat will like help the liquid. Oh, it's hot. Oh, and let me just cool down my hands. And maybe I should just, let me just move some of this stuff around. Oh, I need the taller jar. Oh. Oh, I need to wash my hand again. Well, run my hand under cold water. Yummy, oh, yes. Okay, I'm gonna go for a chunky mash because I will probably mix it more when I add in the garlic and the butter. Okay. What am I doing? 120, 50 grams of butter. 50 grams of butter. No, wait, no. 4 tablespoons of butter. Half a cup of cream. Okay. 4 tablespoons. I don't really know how much that is, but I'm gonna eyeball it. And I'm also gonna just like chunk it up so it melts a little bit easier. You know what? What is Ame bin? Oh, I forgot to turn off. Ame bin is what it describes. It does absolutely nothing. You just lose points. Cat Cafe Manager, I actually need to turn that off because I only do it when I'm playing it. So don't redeem that one, anyone. So I don't actually know how to refund people's points. let me, thanks for reminding me this time. I need to turn it off. Zelia! You're wasting, but silly. Well, you know what? I will honor it, but it just, I can't honor it until I actually play the game. So I'll put you on the list. How about that? Let me turn it off. I was playing it the other day. How many points do people have? What are people sitting at? What's like silly? Thank you. Dango? Yeah. It's Dango. I really, really like that song, the from Clannad. Why should we let you know our poker hand? No reason. I have an idea for a thing, but I didn't know how much to price it. So, someone was saying, I was in... So I was thinking for like a really, really high redeem. Um, I was thinking of creating a I was thinking of creating a artwork redeem. All right, putting in my garlic, my beautiful, beautiful garlic is going in. But like, I don't want to be making. I don't want to be making. So I was thinking maybe I'll make a redeem where I'll make you an emote, right? But but I don't want to be doing it all the time. You know, I want to reward like the viewers that have been around for a long time. Facade? Okay, then I have 0. Nah, too late. I already know. Template, you're at 51K. What's a fair like? Oh, Starved. Hello, welcome in. Those points took you so long to get because you streamed at an ungodly hour for me. Yeah, but the thing is, I stream at like weird times to everybody. Sometimes I'm streaming at like 1 a.m. my time. You'd save up to 200K for art, to be honest. If you turn it in, would it be possible to have it double as an emote that could work for the Baltimore Ravers servant? I mean, like I was thinking, like people could request like whatever, like provided it's like NSFW and I probably wouldn't make animated because it's animated. I can never, when I make animated, there is no guarantee how it will turn out. When I make animated emotes, it's vibe based. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. You're not even here for most of the time. Sorry, Vasan. But the thing is, like, I can't price it too low because if I price it too low, then I'll be making a lot and I can't commit to that. I don't want to set up something that I can't commit and deliver. So yeah. When is the Diver Army phone background coming? It was promised me a year ago now. Oh yeah. It's in progress actually for someone. Like, the sketch is done, and the sketch is done, and something else. The sketch is done. I need to like color it. So but because like originally so part of that, but I also wanted to make, because you requested something that didn't exist. So I had to create it. And I'm creating it also for the purposes of when eventually I want to play Subnautica and Dave the Diver one day. And I was going to use that for that purpose as well. Okay, I'm going to add some cream in. Getting distracted. Half a cup of cream. Okay, where's my half cup measure? This one. Sarah Lou, welcome back. Vasan crazy? Are you playing around with the follows? How's it going? It's going pretty good. I have my mash going. I've got garlic in it as well. I also have sauteed the onions. So I'll be mixing that at some point. Oh, I don't think I'm just gonna stir this. This is like kind of chaotic. I snuck in a whole head of garlic into my mash because I was like, I'm so glad. I have friends who have food intolerances and who can't have like garlic. And I'm so glad that I'm able to have garlic because, like, I would be so sad. Wow, this is like, okay, so I've not really added cream to my mash before. And this is a new experience. It is a very moist mash. Oh, I should do a taste test. Garlic. Yeah. Let me scrape down the sides. So this mash it does have carrot, potato, and celery root, which is interesting. I'm just gonna use these chopsticks to try a bit. That's really good. It needs a little bit of extra salt, but I'm gonna cheat. Don't tell Nookums. I'm adding some like mushroom flavoring that I use a lot. So instead of adding salt, I'm adding this mushroom powder. But don't tell Nookums, because Nookums will be like, "That's not authentic, Ame." And I'll be like, "Oh no." I actually really like the celery root. It kind of has like a it has like a, I don't know how to describe it. It has kind of like a watery texture. It's not like celery. It's not fibrous. I don't know how to describe it. It tastes like some other vegetables I've had before. Okay. Are we all garlic fiends? Yeah, I think so. But the thing is, like, the thing is, Sarah, if you don't love garlic, can we trust you? I mean, I also want to be like kind to the people who can't have garlic, because that's a real thing. And sometimes, like, you grow into it, like, you mature into, like, suddenly one day, garlic starts giving you heartburn. Can you imagine? Add more of this. I would be so devastated. Like, I was like, what is the point of life? You'd cry? Oh my goodness. I would be so sad. Oh, you guys, you know what else I really love? I really love garlic bread. I don't have it often because, you know, as you get older, I gotta be like more mindful of my overall diet. I still have foods that I love because there's no such thing as bad foods, but it's all about like having things in moderation. So I save garlic for when when I'm having pizza. I don't have pizza that often, but my God, that and it doesn't even have to be fancy garlic bread, you know? It can just be like cheap Pizza Hut, like delivery garlic bread. But like when you open that foil packet and the steam that comes out, oh, laden with like the smell of the garlic, and then the bread, it's not even that good. It's kind of like squishy, and you're like, oh my God. It's so good. That's because garlic bread is so tasty. I know. And you know what else is also tasty? Garlic fried rice. Oh, like, oh my gosh. The flavor is good. Scrubby, you're back from working out? How am I? Scrubby, honestly, I could be better, but my mood is okay. It's just like physically, body is just like is not playing ball today, but that's okay. I mean, my motivation is that like I'm gonna like get through this stream and I'm gonna have like delicious food to eat. All right, let me taste again. That's really good. Okay, that's done. So I'm gonna scrape that down. Should probably use something else instead of these chopsticks, but you know, it kind of works. And I have less things I need to wash. Also, I forgot to say this. I will often tell you. Am I licking the spoon? I'm absolutely licking the spoon. I will often tell you how I'm actually going in like a, you know, not in a way that's like my life is terrible or woe is me kind of thing. But I have spent a lot of my life masking how I'm going and how I'm feeling. And I decided no more, no more. So when you ask me how I am, I will tell you how I am, which is also why I had the pin notice. I have the pin notice that like, look, today, if people come in wanting to like be rowdy, don't be surprised if I suddenly just time you out for no reason, because I don't got that emotional buffer today. And yeah, so I was like, you know what? I should just preempt this. I should just preempt and put them like, you know, the warning's there. And if people want to fuck around and find out, well, they will find out. Sarah, you mean don't ask me how it's going unless you want to know? Yeah, I spent like so much of my life going through horrific things and then going like turning up and then just like not only was I dealing with bad things, but I also had to like just mask it and just be like, it's all okay when it wasn't okay. And it kind of it made it like infinitely so many times worse. And also like I want to lead by example, because I want people to know that it's also okay if you're having a rough time to like just say that you're having a rough time. Like you don't have to be 100% happy all the time. You don't like you also don't have to be in a constant state of excitement or that you're doing something exciting. It's okay to just exist and live a good life and have your struggles because that's life. So yeah, like I want to present that so that people feel like they can also do that if they want to. I don't want to force anyone to do anything they're not ready to do, because the decision to not mask is my own decision, and I don't want like, and that came from a place of realizing what I was doing and just deciding I'm going to opt out of this societal expectation. I'm just like, I'm good with that. Scrubby, thank you, you get it. No, you're welcome, Scrubby. You're welcome. And yeah, I got your back here. So now there is though some people need to also realize that there is also a fine line between we're not here to be your therapist as well. So I will gently remind people if it does start to head into that territory, but there is no reason why. And look, like there's no reason why we can't have an open and honest conversation about those kind of things. You know, if I notice that like a pity party's going on for too long, I'll be like, hey, look, this is probably not the space to process things if you will need to process things about your emotions. And we're not therapy here, but yeah. But we can be honest with each other, because when you tell people how you're doing, people get mad when you don't say, oh, I'm good. I think I think because that inconveniences, like some people think that that inconveniences them because then they feel like they have to do something about it. And I think like we have to get used to having conversations where we're honest and also accept that, and I'm still dealing with this myself because I always want to like help people and want to fix things for people, but the reality is that sometimes you can't, like, especially on the internet where it's like I'm not physically close to people, like I can't help them, and also I can't take on everybody's burdens, but like, you know, it's a gut instinct to like I want to help people. And so you're like being okay with it being enough just to tell people about what you're going through. Yeah. You got someone gets it? Oh yeah. Starved as human beings, we need to open up a little more. Don't be afraid. Yeah, I think it's like a two-way thing of like the people receiving also need to be accepting of what is said. And also it is also how you say it. Like no one can fix the current pain situation I'm in. But it doesn't, pretending it doesn't exist doesn't make it go away. Like, you know, and it will fluctuate. All right, meatballs. I'm gonna do metal ball. I'm gonna do mince. I might put on gloves for this. I just like, I don't usually like to use gloves, but when it comes to like mixing raw meat, I just like to use the disposable glove, even though I know it's contributing to waste, but like it kind of icks me. All right, sauteed the butter. Sauteed the onion, ground meat, breadcrumbs, onion, egg, salt, white and or black pepper. Yes, I will also add some cracked pepper because I think that will go quite well with it. And then I combine everything and then I roll it into small meatballs. So I'll prep up this a tray to receive the meatballs. And I actually managed to pick up from Aldi a while ago these really cool silicone trays, which mean that I don't need to use wax paper or anything like that. And I can just wash them after I'm done with them. So I'm going to empty these in. Zalia, we as humans use each other as our support, but everything must be in moderation. Sure, one person can talk about one thing in X amount of time, but one person can't take all of your problems. Exactly. Thank you for articulating that. Language may need to be refined a little, retrain the brain. Exactly. That was the loudest meatballs you've ever heard. Oh yeah, that was me clapping in excitement. So I'm going to add the onions to this bowl. Look at that color. I can tell these onions are going to be so tasty. So I'm going to add that in. Scrubby, much as I want to agree with this because it's right and you're correct, I feel for some it depends because there's some people who feel I shouldn't open up to certain things. Only because, you know, people love throwing poop in people's faces. Common tactic. You wish it wasn't that way though, because people need to be kinder. And I guess the other thing is there are some people where I know them and I know that when I interact with them that is that true? I think if it was like a difficult, you know how there's like those some people who are like, you know that they're just gonna feel uncomfortable. I do it anyway, just despite them. But then there are some people that I just like want to minimize contact with, where in I'm good is it's not so much of me masking, but it's me choosing to minimize as much interaction with that particular type of person as possible. So in order, because a conversation of like, hey, I'm feeling this way prolongs the conversation, where for that particular person, I'm like, I'm not interested in that. So I will choose to just say the society like expectation of like, I'm good, just to like end the interaction. So everything comes in like, you know, there's always like exceptions to the rule. Oh, mate, as someone who is super conscious about waste items, remember using one-use thing for that odd item isn't that big of a problem. So like me using gloves when I handle raw meats isn't bad. It's bad when you start using it for everything. Thank you, Zelia. I do feel guilt. But then I also have that like icky brain feeling of like touching raw meat with my hands. And normally I have like these metal tongs that I use to handle meat. But in this instance, I need to kind of like massage the meat and then handle it. So I can't get around touching the meat. All right, let me dump all this in before I get the gloves on. But thank you for that. Explain, need to set up at the start the level of care. You know, therapist for sure. Yeah, and you know what? Like, we're all going through a process in life where you just, you know, you're never always going to get it right 100% of the time. And you just got to be kind to yourself with being like calibrating and adjusting after each interaction, like having, you know, the courage to reflect on yourself and admit when something isn't, you know, when stuff happens. Scrubby, you always say you never mind if people vent to you about any issue, no matter how deep. But one thing about me, you'll be your safe space. But if you treat me badly or don't give you the same respect back, I'm going to throw a cement block at your ass. 100%. And I think that's fair, Scrubby. I think also, yeah, I mean, yeah. And some people fake that part too. That's why people have ex as partners they were never up to about stuff, because it'll be horrid. You've always been that way. Zelly, your personal peeve you have, you're really good at helping people with issues. Your problem with it is you're only helpful with what you know, so you can only do so much for people you don't really know. So when you tell people, hey, don't talk about this, it's not about me telling you to shush. It's like, I seriously cannot help. And the other thing is, like, sometimes some things can re-trauma people. So, like, I don't know, it's I mean, all situations are kind of like, will have their variations, but I think what I enjoy is yeah, stop, they'll sweat, you'll remember you deserve the same in return. Rage. I think also something I really enjoy is just like this process of discussing it, thinking about it, the fact that we're thinking about it rather than just going through life not thinking about the way we communicate and the way we interact. And I really appreciate these kind of like discussions and the nuance, and how like just being kind to other people who might have different opinions about different situations and how to interact. I think the way that people respond in a lot of situations is a result of their experiences, and nobody's two experiences are the same. So there's really no like right or wrong or whatever, because sometimes your experiences happen as a way to protect you, or your response is done to protect you. So you know, the main thing is like, as long as it doesn't harm other people. Okay, so I'm gonna crack my egg in here. So I've got the soaked breadcrumbs, the mince, the sauteed onions. Now, how much? You know what? I'm gonna go by vibes. So we've got allspice. So I know you need to add these things in. I'm gonna do a healthy amount. Celia, this is an example of good discussions about hard topics, avoiding trigger words and being emotionally there, rather than piling and one-sided convos. You love conversations that are multi-layered. As you say, conversation is a two-way street. It is, yes. Pat cement block. I can make it more. Oh, roundabout in this stream. Oh yeah. Okay. More allspice? Maybe a little bit more. Maybe I should listen to the recipe. What does the recipe say? Evelyn, you gonna go lay down? Have a good rest. Evelyn, thank you so much for hanging out. Thank you for your application. I will review it. I mean, my HR team will review it. But I hope you have a good rest, Evelyn. Thank you so much for coming in on Sarah's raid. Appreciate you. Zelia, also on food topics. You're going vegetarian now. Oh. that is thank you for sharing your big life decisions, Elia. I support you in your choice. Sorry, let me just read. Okay. How much allspice? A quarter of a tablespoon. Okay, I think I have everything, and I'm going to start the mixing. Yeah, the mixing and the forming. So I think I can put these away to declutter. And put this bowl away. Try to keep everything under control. And I'm going to put the gloves on. I'm not going to lie. New cooking tech is so cool. Lentils like your new friend. Oh, that does sound good. Have you also been doing stuff with barley? Barley, lentils, all the grains? Okay. So pretty much, I think you just kind of like, I'm just going to start off by using the spatula to give it a bit of a mix, and then use my hands to kind of thoroughly massage everything. I'm not really an expert in meatballs. Scrubby, it depends. You don't mind either or with or without the trigger words, but they always tell people if you don't tell me what you mean and you misinterpret it as something else, don't get mad if I misunderstand something. Oh, you love you a good rant session with people. It's good soup. I'm sorry you had to go through. Oh, what is happening here? I'm sorry you had to go through some of those experiences in life, Scrubby. It sounds like you had a relationship fall apart due to miscommunication or misunderstanding. You know what I should have done? I should have filled that bowl with water because it said fill a bowl with water. Damn it. No, wait, I can still do it. Because when you're rolling the meatballs, apparently dipping your hands in water. Oh, this should be okay. Okay. I made the master of doing before reading. Hey, we can adapt. We're flexible, Zelia. So this should be a good consistency, I hope. Ame, the type to measure -1 times, cut 40 times, but still makes a house. I mean, we did that for the Christmas gingerbread house cooking stream. I literally did make a house. Also, I made a prototype house. Remember, Zelia? Where using your gingerbread recipe, I made bricks and we constructed, you turned your soft cookies, yeah, into bricks. Yeah, and it was genius. Like I used the icing as mortar, and then we also had the Kletzkoppen roof. It was great. I have a picture on my Instagram somewhere. If people are interested. And actually, I thought it was so cute. So very cute. Hold on, I'm going to shove this in. Move this over. Okay. So I'm going to start rolling. I'm going to like dip this. Man, I was meant to dip this in water. Now, the meat, it's sticky. Okay. Oh no. And then I grab a little, and then I roll. Is this an appropriate size? Oh no, the gloves, they're sliding down my fingers. Oh no, there's a hole. Oh no. Hold on. I think like something like this. Wait, 2 to 3 centimeter ball. I think this ball looks okay. Okay. I don't know, man. IKEA balls are like a lot smaller. But I think this is alright. Scrubby, the recipes in the army server. Turns out you bake a little more and get brick. That recipe was delicious earlier. Full cement style. Bakes less for fluff, bake more for brick. Yeah. How are we gonna top that? So if you check the general, I think Scrubby recently joined. They're in there. Wait, 1, 2. Make it a little bit smaller. Oh, this is so relaxing, guys. I don't know about you. I might just like freeze the balls for a little bit before I cook them. Just to like keep the shape. Because they're very soft. Wait. There's no salt in here. Is that normal? I guess the salt comes in the sauce. But the rest, wait, did I miss salt? Hold on. No! Wait. Wait, Zelia, can you do me a favor? I can't check my phone. Zelia, can you hear me? Yes, Zelia, can you go to the Discord cooking suggestions? In cooking suggestions, Nookums posted a recipe for the meatballs in the cooking suggestions. Can you check if there's salt in the meatballs? Did I miss reading salt, or did I forget to put it in? Oh, there's salt? Okay. Okay. All right. 1/2 a cup. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Okay. So I did the onion. Okay, I need to add salt, and then I need to mix it again. My hands. Okay, no. All right, I think I just have to, you know what? This glove has a hole in it anyway. So I'll just get rid of my right hand, and then I'll get a new glove. I'll keep the left hand on. Oh my gosh. A teaspoon, huh? All right. Salt. Man, good thing we were like, something feels off. Okay. That's, I think, about a teaspoon. And then, Let me find the glove. Oh no. How do I put it on? Like this. Ah! Oh no. Celia, thank goodness you had no ad and you were ready to find the salt. Oh, thank you. Saltless balls sound bad. I appreciate you, Zelia. I appreciate you so much. It's alright. Even if I would have waited for people to finish, but I would have just stood here being like, "Chat, are you back?" Okay. That should be kind of mixed enough. All right. Okay. Anyway, earlier I was gonna like mumble about my thoughts on this Danmei novel that I'm reading, in order to kind of like process what I'm thinking. So as I said, I was previously reading Grandmaster of Demonic Cultivation and Heaven Official's Blessing and Scum Saving. So Faraway Wanderers is a different author called Priest. And as I was saying, I was struggling to get gripped by the storyline. It was kind of it took me a while. I mean, I think some of the factors, and I want to think like, why? Why is it? I think because it's, firstly, this one I'm reading, this version, it hasn't been translated into, like, it hasn't been properly translated, so it's a fan translation. So it's a little bit, the language, it hasn't had the same polish as officially translated stuff. So I think there was like some words that were being used that were kind of like Chinese style words that required additional knowledge, which they did kind of add in the footnotes. But by the time I got to the end of a chapter, like my mind had already forgotten some of the context of where the word originally appeared. So there's that. I think also, I was also thinking about this. So in Grandmaster Demonic Cultivation, the two male leads already knew of each other. So by the time you're introduced to the story, time has passed. So the stage is set. You come in as the reader in the future, and then you are exposed to the story through the continuing timeline of the current timeline, and then you also get flashbacks of the past. But there's already a pre-established relationship between the two. Like they know each other, they've already interacted, you're just kind of watching it. Which is interesting to me because you're like, okay, they already know each other, like what's the mystery? What's the, fill me in, that kind of thing. In Heaven Official's Blessing, so they had a pre-existing history, but they weren't kind of like, it was one-sided. One knew of the other. Whereas Scrubby, who Iris is, yes, Zelia is trying out the name Iris. So it's Zelia Scarlet, Azalea Scarlet Iris. It's a recent thing, Scrubby. And I think, Zelia, you're pretty much like, oh no, Scrubby, you're okay. It's just in like a, a trying out phase. So don't, yeah. Yeah. Don't look in food channel. Many names. Yeah, but that's okay. Like, you know, it's a process of finding yourself, and we're supportive here. Hold on, let me this. What was I going to say? Oh, yes. So, Heaven Official Blessing, they already know each other. Also, similar premises that, like, I think straight away there's already a mystery and action to draw you in. Like, into the main, you're brought into the world via the eyes of Jelian. Scum saving, scum villain. I think, scum villain, I think is, once again, they also have a relationship. And then you're also brought in by the isekai premise of one of the male leads coming from outside, the world outside, and then hopping in. And they're kind of like the eyes in which you learn about, as they get orientated to the world that they've been isekai'd into, get orientated. Faraway Wanderer, you're brought in via the eyes of Zujishu, Zoshishu. It's getting past trying out, but you're staying Azalea online. You just can't use nickname on Discord for some reason. Oh wait, you figured it out? Okay. Scrubby, you've got a lot as well. Nui, Vela, Flash, Mind Scrub, Serini, Mildini, Prime, Captain. Oh, that's so fun. Yeah, so Faraway Wanderer, you're brought in through the eyes of Zushishu and what they're going on in their life. And you're kind of just like, are my balls too big? I don't think so. I think they're okay. Should these balls be smaller? I don't know. I don't. Zelly, you can go exclamation, add quote, no space, and then just write the thing that you want me. And then if you don't specify who, it will just automatically assign it to me. But yeah, are these balls too big? You should be able to. There you go. There. Thank you, Zelia. And now we will forever remember it. Yeah, so if you don't add at who, then it will just I can't remember actually the structure. I think if you don't add who, it will automatically assign it to me. If you and then you can also quote other people. So you can sort of like, let's say, you know, there's a guest on and they say something and you want to attribute that quote to them. I think you add the at their name and then the word. You can also, with that tool, if someone types something that you want to remember, like you want to quote, you can reply to them with add quote. And then you'll also add it as well. Okay. I think I should have like stacked these balls closer together so that there's more space. I can probably fit another row in. Bum, bum, bum. Oh, you're lurking, Starved? Thank you. Thank you for lurking. Good luck with whatever you're up to. You are a busy, busy person. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, we do this. Rolling my balls. But yes, so Zoshishu, who is like, you're introduced to him in his like big change moment in life where he is impaling himself with these nails in order to leave his job. And he just he just accepted that he wanted to live life. You'll be sure to check in on the finished product, Starved. I appreciate the support. That's a big ball. I think this ball could probably be smaller, like this. Okay. I finished rolling all my balls. That was pretty good. Okay, so I'm gonna soak this. I'm not gonna try and scrape everything because I don't want to fling meat around. Oops. Throw that in the bin. Soak this. Need to wash my hands very thoroughly. Well, I might just scrape down the sides of this bowl with the spatula. Actually, I might empty this out and use some hot water because I think there's a lot of fat in this, and some hot water may help it. And I might just chuck a little bit of detergent in here. It's like clinging to the side of the bowl. It's very unusual. Either the fat's in the mincemeat or the milk breadcrumbs is causing that texture. Okay. Oh, alright. Delia, you wish it was possible to duplicate the army cooking because Jam, you want some army cooking. I mean the recipes are all there. So I guess like do we do like future cook-alongs or something? Okay, I'm gonna turn this camera back around and get out the rinse this pot. Oh wait, I actually might need this pot to make gravy later. Okay, this pot can go. Empty this out. Alright, I need to do dishes. I need to cook my meatballs. So maybe what I'll do, imagine cooking streamers sending a meal to every viewer as a live food review. Imagine being able to send like a taste of the food. I'm gonna put these in the freezer just to like let them firm up a little before I cook them. And then in this time period, I'm going to do the dishes. But before I can do the dishes, I need to clear the dishes. And then with my new traveling camera, well, it's not really new. I just remembered to set it up before stream today. Scrubby, genuine question. How would one go about having their recipe cooked by you on stream? We can just discuss it. And if it's something that interests me, then like I'll check it out. But you also can't be insulted when I forget. I have like a very short-term memory. And sometimes like, you know, I don't know, it just depends on like if like the recipe grabs my interest. Imagine being able to feed yourself, Masan. Yeah, being able to cook, I think is I like to eat delicious food. So, and then I also take a lot of interest in ways that food is prepared and different cultures and different ingredients and things. I mean, the fact that I clean as I cook brings you so much joy. You're welcome. I'm gonna wash this as well. Never clean, always cook. You buy a new pan every dish. Oh, you are just being silly now, Vasan. Smacks table, dirty rice. You want me to make dirty rice? I could be convinced to make dirty rice. We actually we do have a, yeah, I'm going to actually spray this down. We do have a sound clip of some dough smacking. So I'm just going to lift up this tripod. Don't look at the other camera for a second. It might make you feel unwell. Okay. Oops, I'm going to put this up here. All right, I'm going to turn this around while I do some dishes. What's dirty rice? Okay, I'll put some gloves on. Yeah, that was pretty good. Oh, I'll put this away. So the thing that we still need to do is, after we cook the meatballs, we're going to use the drippings to make gravy. That's the other thing we need to do. Oh no, I need to buy more dishwashing detergent. Should be enough. Maybe I'll go tonight. I can't reach out at the moment while I'm washing the dishes, so bear with me. Ah, my sponge. Oh. Yeah, I can feel some of the fatigue. You know what though? I will have some delicious meatballs and mash to eat. So, and this recipe is actually not too complicated. I don't think you'll be like in insanely long streams. I probably can't do an insanely long stream today anyway. I should have rinsed this one first. Hold on. Oops. Okay. Ah, that's good. I always like a nice clear sink, which I'm just going to wipe it. So I'm testing out these dishcloths that are biodegradable. So apparently you use them to wipe things down, and then when they're dirty, you can throw them in the washing machine, and then later when it is no longer useful or it has degraded, it's compostable or biodegradable. Yeah. So I'm excited about that. Okay, that's done. So I'm going to pop over to this side, grab back to the stove, grab my skillet. I want to make some space. So I'm going to put my mash on here. Oop. Good. I can see you guys having fun in chat. Okay, let me swap the camera around. I need to put some of these things away. I need the butter again. Let me put the salt. We have some sip of coffee. Okay, let me check the recipe again. The next step, two to 3 centimeters. Heat butter in frying pan over medium heat. Fry the meatball in batches, turning frequently until browned on all sides and cooked through. Remove the meatballs from the pan, but leave the meatball drippings and brown bits in the pan behind for the gravy. Maybe I'll get out the ingredients for the gravy. So, gravy, I'm going to need plain flour. I'm just going to get this set up. Heavy cream, water or beef stock. So I'm going to use this, salt and white pepper, and a teaspoon of soy sauce for the color. Okay. Yeah. And white pepper. Right. So that's going to be gravy ingredients. So I think gravy will be making a roux. So I just want to get it set up that after we're done with cooking these, and I'll probably use tongs to cook the meatballs. Whisk the cream and water or stock, bring to a gentle simmer. Then we're making a roux and then essentially making the gravy from that, which is pretty straightforward. Roux are a really good foundational skill to have. All right. You love roux? Yeah, roux are good. All right, I'm going to carve off some butter. Just gonna go by vibes. And then I'll just keep adding. So I'm gonna. So the pan, I want it to be, I know it's on medium heat, but it's a skillet. So I need the pan to get up to 200 degrees with this iron skillet. Sorry, I need hydration. Oh, while we cook it, the meatballs, okay, I'll just keep leaving my meatballs in the freezer until I'm just ready to cook them. I'm just gonna melt this. ET, we're still good. While we do that, I saw a hack for these processing chestnuts, where apparently you put on the lid. I don't think that's right. Does this knife? Okay. So apparently they put the lid and then they just go pop. But I think that cuts into the chestnut too much. Hold on. I use a spatula to spread around the butter. Hold on. I'm doing two things at once. I'm going to process chestnuts, but I'm going to get the meatballs frying first. What temperature are we dealing with? 130. Still not there yet. I'm going to add some more butter, because that's not enough butter and it might stick. Thank you for the stretch, Celia. Because of the pain, my lower back is also starting to be affected as well. So I'm good. I'm glad we're in like kind of like the home stretch. $160. Still not there yet. So the hack with these chestnuts is that you put the chestnut in the lid and then you press down, and because the sides of the lid are high, you don't completely cut through the chestnut. But looking at the size, I don't think it's kind of what I want with my chestnuts. I want to score an X. And I have like a thinner knife that I want to use. Hold on, I'll deal with that in a second. What temperature are we at now? 190, almost there. I should put like a bowl. Oh, I should put what's it now? 200. Okay, we're ready for the meatballs. So this should get like a really nice Can I get like half of them? Oh, 12. Yeah, I can get half of them in the pan. Okay, that was pretty good. I will set them to one side while they cook. Hopefully it's okay. I'll give it maybe like, hey Google, set a timer for 2 minutes. Zella, you never had a chestnut? I love chestnuts. Oh, hang on. Can't look at chat for the time being. I'm just going to focus on my meatballs and make sure nothing goes bad. And then I think I've given it enough space but it doesn't overcrowd the pan. Vasan, time for you to go to bed. Thank you for hanging out, Vasan. I hope you have a good sleep. Good luck with the study, with the algebra, and the studying for the exam. I hope your health stays good as well. You're deranged. I think it is bedtime for you, Vasan. Everyone has their moments. You can have your moment too. Okay, that's 2 minutes. I'll flip them now. Hopefully that has... Oh no! No, my balls! That was too hot. I left it too long. Some of my balls are burnt. Some of these balls are so delicate. Okay. Maybe 2 minutes is too... But that side needs to be hotter. Tess, thank you for the hydrate. Let me put the other balls back in the freezer. Maybe it'll hold its shape a bit more. Are you heading to bed, Tess, or not yet? How's the cooking? Going pretty well. I'm just like keeping an eye on my meatballs. I also picked up some in-season chestnuts, so I'm gonna prep these. I'm very excited. And I'm gonna roast them in the air fryer. I really like chestnuts. Yeah, cooking's going good. I was just musing over why I struggled to get into Faraway Wonders. Musing out loud. I'm using the stream as like my verbal processing time. And I think, yeah, wait, mentally I have to do 2 things. I have to monitor my meatballs, do my chestnuts. Oh man, I'm talking about these meatballs a lot. Oh yeah. Tess, not yet. Just checking in. Oh, that's okay. Tess, me too. I am in pain. But I already bought all the ingredients for cooking. So I was like, well, I might as well just stream it and see how we go. Well, I've tried this recipe before. So I use the air fryer. Did I set a timer? Hey Google, set a timer for 1 minute. That will mentally remind me to check the meatballs. Yeah, so I use the air fryer. But I like to have my chestnuts kind of like soft and moist in the center. I don't like them too dry. So I found this hack online where you soak them, you cut across on the side that is curved, and then you soak them for 1 to 2 hours, but I don't have 1 to 2 hours, so I'll probably boil them for a minute, which is what the hack said to do, and then I will let them sit in cold water. So after I boil them, I'll put them in cold water for 10 minutes to let the water fully soak the middle of the chestnut, and then I'll air fry them. Google, stop the timer. That's 1 minute. I'm gonna flip them to try and get this side of the pan. It's definitely hotter. I'm gonna do a little bit of ball rotation. They're not really as round anymore. They're kind of like triangular at this point. Hopefully it'll be okay. I'm sure it'll be fine. Hey Google, set a timer for 1 minute. I will probably deposit them into here, and then I'll cook the second batch. One side. Literally hacking across into the chestnuts. Yes. So the reason for that is once I air fry them, I let them sit in a tea towel in a plastic bag to steam. And then when you air fry them, they open up and they make them a lot easier to peel. The annoying thing with chestnuts is I love the taste because it's like, to me, it's like a very autumnal. But they're really annoying to peel. So doing this just makes it a little bit easier. And I have a, this is like a cheese knife, but it has like teeth and it's quite thin, so it actually grips the skin quite well. That's already another minute. So what am I think it should be cooked. Gosh, it smells really good. Actually, maybe I should cut one open just to see. Oh yeah, that's cooked. Okay. That was a sacrificial meatball. What I might do though is I might use a silicone cover to protect the meatballs and stop them from drying out. Because I still need to make gravy. Now I think that's enough butter, so I'm going to just use that and put in the second batch of balls. And let me just check the temperature again. 150. I think 150 is a good one. I might just let it come up to a little bit more. Probably not 200 again. That was probably too high. There's also quite a bit of like frond and dripping in here. Okay, I think 170 is pretty good. The smell is so divine because of the onion and the butter. Christopher, did I ask you how you are? Actually, I don't even know you're still here. If you're not here, it's fine. I'm trying to think, like, did I ask Christopher? Okay. Nice. Put that tray in the sink. Hey Google, set a timer for 2 minutes. Excellent. All right, my little babies, go. All right, back to chestnuts. Anyway, as I was saying, Faraway Wonders. So I'm trying to like assess, I'm trying to compare and contrast between the ones that I've read so far, Dan Mays is what I'm saying, and comparing it with Faraway Wonders. So I think it might be because of the relationship between the two. As I'm introduced the male lead in Faraway Wonders, he is interesting, so I feel like that plot is going to be really interesting. I think maybe the way that the translation, I'm not, he's like an interesting character, but I haven't already immediately connected with him. So like, I think I immediately connected with Shelian. Like I kind of really liked their personality and the way they describe themselves. Well, fan translations can be rough. Yeah, I think it was missing like the little extra flourishes that kind of bring a scene to life. But the story foundation is still really good that that I'm still intrigued. Like I still like it. At the time when I'm in like 30% now, but I feel like now I'm getting that feeling of like, oh, I want to keep reading. Whereas before, like, and by 20%, 25%, I was still kind of like, oh, I don't know. Like, I know it's going to be interesting, but it hasn't gripped me just yet. But in saying that, oh, that's 2 minutes. Hold that thought there. Flip it. Is this be too high? Flip it on the side. I might rotate some of these balls. So I've lowered the temperature. You, sir, can go over there. Let's see. Hey Google, set a timer for 1 minute. Nice. Where was I up to in my discussion? I was saying, empathy towards the character. So I wasn't already, what's the word? I wasn't already immediately invested in the character. So I was invested in Shelian. But then I think with Wei Wuxian's character in Grandmaster, I wasn't invested in his character just yet. But the underlying mystery of that you're introduced to in Grandmaster, with like, you know, him being unsure how he got back into the world. So then you're also not sure, and so he's asking himself these questions that you ask as well, as long as the reader experiencing it with him. Oh, that's a minute already. Okay. Hey Google, set a timer for 1 minute. I'm gonna set this over here. And I might move this guy over here and this guy over here. I can see some of my onions falling out. Yes. The mystery of Grandmaster of Demonic Conservation. Yeah. So, because you don't know that, so I think it's like a multi-faceted reason. I think also I realized in the first 20%, well, once I got into it, oh, Sploods, thank you so much for following. And thank you for triggering my follower goal. I appreciate it. Oh, it's been 1 minute. I need to flip my balls again. Come on, buddy. Oh. That is the 290 follower goal. Bum, 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 bum. Dun, 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 dun. Bum, 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 bum. Dun, 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 dun. I like that song. Okay. All right. You what? What's wrong, Scrubby? I like that song. Okay, I'm gonna lower the temperature. Oh, you mean like I'm flipping my balls? I'm babysitting some balls? Hey Google, set a timer for 1 minute. Hey Google, set a timer for 1 minute. Thank you. What's I saying? Oh yes. So, yes, so 30% into this one. I think also that because the two male leads don't know each other, in which case it makes it kind of like, so I don't know where it's going. Also, it took me a while to realize when the big mystery was taking place. I think it was like 33% in that it kind of like started making more sense of like, oh, this is what the overarching mystery is. So now that I've kind of grasped it's about this like lapis, okay, the time is happening. Is it good to go? I think it might be good to go. All right, let me, it feels firm. Yeah, I think it is done. Hey, you'll stop. Yes. My balls. So I think also the fats from these meatballs has also released. These feel so soft. All right. Now we're going to make gravy. All right, so I'm going to halt processing the chestnuts. I'm just scraping some of this like frond off. So in here we have a mixture of like, so I don't normally make gravy in this pot, at this skillet. This is going to be a first for me. I usually make in one of these other pots. Should I just transfer it? I think I might just transfer it. Or like, I'm going to save all the fronds, which is this stuff here. Frond? I think it's a French word. Question for all. What's your thoughts on the braising cooking style? Braising, I actually really want to do a braised recipe, Zelia. Based on the Chinese drama I was making, and also based on my recent trip to Taiwan, there is a style of braised pork belly that you then have over white rice. La fond. Yeah, I forgot what the pronunciation is. I need something to hold this skillet. I always struggle. Turn off the heat. Okay, I'm moving these into here. And then I will use this fat and oil, and I will turn it into gravy. Okay, put that to one side. I'm going to use like a medium-sized burner. This one here. It's going to like set this one. Rial! Hello, Rial! Welcome in! How are you? Okay, I'm going to add... So there's a little bit of burn, which I'm like... I'm trying to decide, do I discard it or use it? And I don't necessarily think it's just because it's little bits of onion and stuff that has been exposed to the high temperature. I think it might be okay because I'm going to make a large amount of gravy because I bought bone broth for the gravy. La fune, forward, O sound, the fune. The French incorrect. You only took 2 years of French. I've forgotten all. I appreciate the assistance, Zelia. Okay. So when I make roux, it never comes out it never comes out how it's meant to. It I don't know how to put this, but my roux are always by vibes. So I recommend people don't follow me and stick to the recipe. This is the... No, like, as in, I'm fine with my method. I'm just saying I'm not... Don't follow me. That's what I'm saying. My gravies turn out great. I'm just saying don't follow me. Yeah, that's all I'm saying. So there's going to be little burnt bits in here, but I think I'm going to be able to dilute that pretty well. And I find it's going to be annoying to like get rid of it, so I'm just going to leave it. So roux is essentially, you're adding flour, adding a tablespoon, and I'm mixing it into the flour, and I'm using the fats of, and you can make roux with like olive oil and stuff as well, by the way. I've done it before when I've run out of butter. But essentially, I am cooking the starch in the flour to make the roux. And then we will gradually add... I'm going to make a big portion of gravy. So I'm going to add... So I'm adding actually more butter. So because I want to use it with the bone broth. And I'm okay with having extra gravy. I like sauces. You know what I'm saying? Emulsifier. The roux is a starch fat emulsion. Emulsion? I'll add like another half. Should be good. Okay. Oh, I should, okay. So, I've turned off the heat. I've just kind of, because I don't want the butter to get too, and I'm going to turn on the heat and then let that, so there's some burn bits in there, but hopefully they should break up and they'll just dissolve to some degree. And yeah, so the butter will melt even further on this heat. It will make the flour starch granules, like kind of, you see like little tiny bubbles like this. That's good. And then you'll see the color. I love watching roux be made because you'll see the color around each bubble slightly change based compared to the overall texture. And then when you move it, it kind of looks, they describe it as sand. So there's kind of like this like sand texture. I just think it's like so cool. Like edible chemistry, guys. Okay. That looks pretty good. Okay, I don't want to burn the flour. I'm going to turn off the heat. And so then it just pretty much becomes adding cream and stock. So I'm going to add, so you're going to add it by parts, which is where this whisk is so good. Where are my scissors? So this is bone broth. So I might just, I actually think I might actually need a bit. Oh, my bone broth! It fell over. No. Right, you know what? Whatever. I'm not going to mess with it anymore. I'm not going to put it down. No, I lost some down the sink. I'm sad. It's all right. I still have some here. Luckily, I cook by vibes. And then as you add water, I add a little, not the water, the liquid. It adds to it a bit at a time. And if you go by parts, as long as you don't go too quickly, the broth will get absorbed into the flour. And then you'll slowly get to a point, you add it in small parts, where it will tip over. And I'm talking like not intent, like literally, as in the point of it being a solid and turning into a liquid will hit a point. Oh, yes. And I have a very low heat going on at all times. Oh, yes. So now we have like this gummy-like texture. Caldus, you heard screaming? I dropped my bone broth, some of it. I'm sad, Caldus. Welcome in, Caldus. How are you? I'm so sad. Okay. At this point, it's not, I need to evenly stir it. This is a technique called mixing by parts, guys. This is like a fundamental technique in Actually, I don't know if they call it that in cooking, but it's definitely a technique in pharmacy school. In order to like evenly incorporate a smaller ingredient into a larger one, you just add it by parts, small bits, and you mix it instead of dumping everything into one go. And then this actually reduces the lumps that form. Look at that. That was so good. All right, almost done with all the bone broth. You spilled it. You know what would make you feel better? What, Caldus? All right, we reached that critical point, and we're on the other side now. That's all the bone broth. That was meant to be 500 mils, but I don't know how much I lost. Oh, will it? She'd been 2 weeks from shore when down on her a right whale bore. The captain saw her hands and swore he would take that drill in tow. Ha! Soon may the weatherman come to teach us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Oh, thank you, Caldus. It's a thing. Don't know what it's called, but split mixing. So you take some of the big and put in the small. Then add the small to the big. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna let that. All right, and then cream. Got to give these balls some shanties. So I'm adding some cream, but in small parts, so it doesn't. I'm just gonna add all this cream. This is by vibes. But I don't know what to do with the rest of the cream, so I'm gonna add all of it. And then I'll figure it out. Feel better? Yeah. Thanks, Caldus. I need to like my natural singing tone is range is like high. My voice is just high. But the Wellerman one is low. So as the song is progressing, I like my pitch changes as I'm like panic, panic, panic. Cool. I don't know how much cream that was, but you know, the color looks good. That's what the color looks like. I'm gonna heat that up and then we'll add a bit of actually I might taste it before I add any salt, but I'll definitely add some white pepper at this point. But Nookham said, do not let it overpower. And then, so add in some white pepper. And then I'm also going to add in the tablespoon of soy sauce for the color. I mean, he said teaspoon. So I'm going to do about a teaspoon. Let me see how that goes. I'll let that boil and reduce a little bit as it thickens because that's quite liquidy at the moment. And then we have techniques. So if this is still too liquidy, because I don't know how to calculate my ratio of flour to liquids properly, that I can always thicken it with some starch later. The moment it's very liquidy. I like it to cling a little bit more to my meatballs. Okay, back to preparing these chestnuts. I actually need to use this whisk, my sauce whisk. It's doing a pretty good job. I'll put my butter away. Put my spatula to one side. I want to sneak a taste of the meatball. I feel like I deserve it. Mmm. That's really good. Mmm. Wow, that's really good. It's like savory and soft. You know how the saying girl math exists? Can we invent army math? Yeah. I mean, we even have an emote for it, Zelia. We have an like a army math emote. Army tax is powered by army math. It's true. Wow, those meatballs are so good. I haven't had IKEA meatballs in a long time, but I can't imagine them being as good as these ones. I like the meatballs. Yeah. Oh man, I feel a lot better now. Oh, thank you for following, Death's Maiden. Welcome in. I hope you're well. You can lurk if you want to. Man, those meatballs are really good. Okay. I'm very happy. Oh my god. Oh shit. I caught myself. Oh man, that's really deep. Whoops. Hold on. It's not too deep. Wash and band-aid. Oh, chestnuts. Why you do this to me? Luckily we're like in the home stretch of cooking. Oh, that kind of stings. Hold on. Okay. Oof. Okay. Ooh. It's all right. Oh, okay. No. So many jokes can be made right now? About what, Zelia? Oh, about Death Maiden's name? Or about the meatballs? Oh, about the meatballs. Yeah, the meatballs are really good. Okay, I'm going to... That is coming to boiling point. I'm going to taste that. So currently in here I have the drippings, the beef stock, or bone broth, white pepper, and cream. I think the cream, I think it needs a bit more salt. No one know? You're not going to make them unless someone else does? I appreciate it, Zelia. I appreciate it. I'm going to add a little bit of salt. I don't want this to overboil because of the cream. It might... I don't think you should split this. But this is... I don't think this needs to have like a roiling boil. Generally with milk products, I get it to boiling point and then I turn off the heat. Or lower down the heat completely. That's pretty good. And just give that a little stir with the salt. I don't want to over salt it, so just like taste each step as it dissolves. Ooh. Buddy, hello. Has anyone done Army Mummy yet? Asking for a fan? As in like Dommy Mummy? Is that what you're asking about? Like Dommy Mummy Ame? Sure if you're into that. No, was that the question? I think it still needs like a little bit more salt. Ame mum? A mom? Okay. I guess it's meant to be more creamy than anything, right? I think it does the job. But I don't know, I can't help but feel that it wants... You mean it wasn't but pointedly Dommy Mummy, but it could be used that way, I guess. So, but then explain to me what Ame Momme is? Because I think I'm missing the understanding of what it is meant to be. You are here. To be close to you. Okay. Reappear every time you want. I think this gravy is meant to be predominantly cream flavor first, which it is, but I think because I added so much cream that it diluted the beef stock flavor. So I'm just adding a little bit more beef stock. Ame has a similar sound to mummy. I don't know. Could actually mummy, dommy mummy, or any other use of calling someone mum. The to air sound. The meh. Okay, I think there is more flavor register. It's like gone from just cream to tipping into savory. And that's where I want it to sit. It has a flavor profile. Ow, knife. You're a good knife, but you hurt me. You just think ame and immediately go mummy. Wait. I think this one is off. Ame, say it. Say the line. That's not a knife. This is a knife. Is that what you mean, Celia? You know what I love about cooking, and as someone who's into cultural diversity, the amount you can learn from foods and how stuff is made is cool. I agree wholeheartedly, Celia. The Aussie prevails? Oh, yeah. Oh. I'm going to finish, sorry. I'm going to finish processing these chestnuts because I want to eat them. I can't believe I cut myself. And now I'm scared. Actually, I'm so silly. I have like this glove. Oh, thank you for the hydrate, Zelia. I don't know if it makes it easier. It makes it kind of slippery. I can't really grip it as well. I don't think it works as good. So I will then boil these. I have no more pot. My mash is in here. My gravy is in the other pot. I'll transfer out this. Buddy, chandelier, buddy, you really muchly very lotsly. You need to get both back online and back in a kitchen. Well, I hope I hope life works itself out so that you can do those things. Do it. Cooking is fun. Exactly. And you get to eat delicious things. Okay, let me just get this score. It took me 8 tries to read muchly and lotsly. You thought it was another language? It's buddy language. You haven't had bacon in 8 months? I actually don't usually eat that much bacon. It is not a common food for me. I usually only really have it when I'm having like some kind of pasta thing. I don't even like adding bacon to my burgers because I'm a burger purist. Okay, I finished doing this. So I might we can probably start plating up now. Let me move this out. This away. Finished the cream. Put away the soy sauce. All the flavors are great. I'm gonna move this back. That's right. Yeah. I'll deal with my chestnuts after stream. Okay. Let me... Alright, we're going to do some plating. I'm going to move the camera. Look away, guys. Look away. What I might do is... Well, now you can get a view of how I do plating. I think that is okay. I'll let you have like both angles. So I have plating wise, I think I'm feeling a wooden plate. What do we got? We've got meatballs. I think this color scheme. I'm gonna get my plant. Hold on. As background. Okay. We're gonna do it's gonna be meatballs, so potato, and then like meatballs. Yeah. All right, let's try and potato meatball. Like, how mold? No, scoops. Scoops. Spoon. I'm designing, guys. So this is cooled down, but it's still very soft. So I'm gonna like heap it up. This plant is like very in the way. Like this. Kind of like a, yeah, something like that. And then meatball wise, where are my tongs? Oh, here we go. Okay. And this is an attractive one. I'll put some of the burnt ones on the bottom so that you can't see them. And on the inside layer. And the ones that don't quite look like balls on the inside. Like this. Because they'll get covered. This. And I want height. Okay. And then I'm gonna do a pile up like this. Because the meatballs are like the main star. Okay. Thank you for the hype. Woo, let's go. Okay. Does it look pretty good? No, we're gonna gravy it. But we're gonna be intentional with the gravy. We're gonna try and stylistically pour the gravy. Okay. Hey, let me get my camera ready, because once we pour this gravy, we have to be ready to take the shot. Because like the longer it sits in the gravy, where's the camera? Yeah. I haven't even transferred the photos from last cooking stream. Oh, I think I need like an underlay color. Swedish. I'm gonna go for like blue. And a little cute little figurine. Oh, a little Mount Fuji. It's cute. Because Sweden has a lot of mountains, I think. Imagine I was the chef at a small cafe in an alleyway in the middle of autumn. Dark clouds, cat or two on the stairs. Oh yeah, that sounds like my kind of vibe. How's this look? I think that looks really cute. Oh, that's right. I'm adding this cute little Mount Fuji. Little cutie, little ceramic one. I got them at a creative market. All right. So I'm gonna pour the gravy. I'm trying not to drip it. It fell off the plate. No! No, Meatball. Why are you so slippery? It does need a bit more gravy though. Let me try and be like careful. No, no, no. Oh, it's overflowing. Don't overflow. Okay. Oh no! Stop dripping! Slippery balls. Okay, well, look. I tried. Oh no, my lens cap. All right, let me do some shots so that we can eat it. This side, mister, is a little bit burnt looking. Oh, that's... Work it for me. Work it for me, Meatballs. Show me your angles. Show me your curves. Okay. Let me show you what I got. What do you think? It's showing up. I'm happy with that. All right, taste testing time. We only end up with one photo. Celia? Yes? That's beautiful. Thank you, Celia. I appreciate it. Dogs, Rial. Thank you. Thank you. All right, let's do some tasting. I'm going to go protect this decorative piece of fabric. So this fabric, I don't know if you guys know, but it's from Nara in Japan. I found a fabric store and they just had like little samples of fabric and I was like, you know what? I really want it. So I'm just going to buy it and I'll just use it for my streams to make it look pretty. Let's eat it. I'm really hungry now. You ready? So this is Swedish meatballs with the gravy and mashed potato, carrots, and celery root. So this is already good. I already tasted this. Oh, let me do POV for you, chat. Yeah, let me lower you. Sorry, there's going to be some vibrations as I lower the tripod so that you can get closer to the food. I don't know if this is any closer, chat. Let me bring it closer to you. POV, chat. You're in an Ame cafe. You're in an Ame cafe somewhere in the world. And Ame serves you up. You don't get a choice. You come in and you just get served a plate. How do I describe it? It's got lots of garlic. It's Ame, when it comes to cooking, amazing, delicious, perfection of a dish. Absolute cinema. Buddy, you want to run a restaurant like that? Come in, I make you something, you have no choice in the matter. When can you come to the cafe? You only ask about allergies? Yeah. And like we have like awesome cooking skills, so we'll make it work around allergies. Alright. Itadakimasu. Open your mouth. Let's take a bite of the meatball. So this meatball is sweet because of the onions. It's savory with the mince and the salt. The breadcrumbs and the milk just make it so soft. So good. With the gravy, it's perfect. The gravy adds like this creaminess, but it's not too salty. I haven't added any herbs or anything. It's mostly cream. And then if we get like a whole bite with the meatball and the mash. The mash is not heavy because the celery root is actually quite light. The potatoes make it like very creamy and starchy, and it overall just like lightens the whole thing. So it's still savory. Oh, I get the little hit of pepper in the meatball. So there's like white pepper and pepper, and there's also white pepper in the gravy sauce as well. Guys, I really recommend making this for yourself. It wasn't that difficult. Those meatballs are so good. How long did it take us? 4 hours, but that's 4 hours with streaming and Ame tax. Zelly, you're gonna dual buddy for onions? I mean, remember, Zelia, some people can't have onions. Not everyone can have onions, unfortunately. Yeah. The same with garlic. It is. Yeah, I'm sorry you can't have onions, buddy. You'll take them. Alliums are the best. They are. They're very tasty, but unfortunately, some people have a bad reaction to them. Won't kill me, probably. That makes Tommy super happy. Yeah. And yeah, it's really unfortunate because they're delicious, but I think I can't remember why. In some conditions, people just can't. I think maybe also I think it also irritates chronic conditions like Crohn's. I think people with Crohn's can't as well. I feel so bad for people who have dietary requirements, because it just means that they just have to have a thing in life that they have to keep an eye out for. Buddy, when you make hot sauce, you'll use at least 1 whole red onion, but your hot sauce is also boiled for 2 hours and it cooks for 4 or more. Oh, okay, yeah. So there's no, and then like some people, so I've noticed as I've gotten older that my tummy is more sensitive to raw onions. Cooked onions I can still do. You feel this with animal fats and beef? I have a similar thing where if I have fried food as the first thing I eat in the morning, it upsets my tummy. Yeah. Your Bessie is the same way? Wheat speak is super not happy? Yeah. Guys, this is so good. The garlic in the mash is phenomenal. Like just occasionally like a hit of garlic. Oh. Fried doesn't do anything to me. It's specifically animal fats. Might be a protein market thing. Maybe. This is why like this is why I feel really bad for people who you know, people have like sensitivities, but they're not allergic. They have sensitivities. Like for you, buddy. And they have a really hard time eating out. And I feel so bad for people when people like make fun of people who have sensitivities, and they're like, oh, you know, it's not like you're allergic to it. Why, you know, why do you have to like get them to modify and stuff or whatever? Like, you know, all they can do is ask. And if the restaurant says they can't, or they have to order something else, but like they shouldn't be made fun of. Like I think that's just really mean. Because I think people aren't really asking unless they really need it, right? This is meant to be a taste test, but this is so good that I can't help it. This is turning into a mukbang. And the entire plate has flavor, obviously. Yeah. The meatballs are just so soft. And it's just like, I don't even notice the allspice, but I can tell it's in there. Your allergy panel says you're allergic to shrimps, buddy. Like, it says that, but like, do you get any reaction to it? Oh, so good. I need to stop and wrap up shrimp. Okay. I need to stop. Let me put the lid on things and protect my pots from the cat. Because there's butter and things, and she's a fiend for butter. And I'll put this away in the pantry so she can't get to it. And then we'll, it's been a while, but we might do a rough retro, guys. Just because it's been a long time since we've done one. And I do enjoy them. It's just that sometimes I get to a point where I overtax myself. And I don't have enough energy left to do the rough retro. Oh, sorry, excuse me. To do the rough retro. So I'll bring the rest of my coffee. Let's head to the PC and my water. And let's do a rough retro. Because it's been a while. Let me swap the scene. Oh, I don't think I cleaned up the last rough retro. Alright, look away for a second. Oh. We're on the other mic now. Let me mute this one. We're on the retro mic. Holy mic change? Yeah. Do you want retro mic or do you want normal mic? The other mic was wireless mic. Thank you for the hydrate. Retro mic for Raft Retro. Alright, done deal. Okay, let me clean this out. Dun, dun, dun. Alan. Okay. Alright. Son, what makes us feel good? Swedish meatballs. I think everything. I don't think I would change anything about the recipe. Perfect recipe. I like. Okay, apart from accidentally cutting myself, but that's like a me thing as opposed to the recipe thing. Actually, I'll put that into rocks. What do you have to watch out for? Cutting chestnuts. They're slippery little buggers. What makes us happy? The Swedes, they have good balls. Okay, I'll put that down. Delia. The Swedes, they have good balls. That's why you roast them over an open fire. Oh, the chestnuts? Yeah. We torture them, Templar. They deserve to be tortured. Let me think. Okay, what else was really good? I was actually quite surprised as to, for such a basic gravy, which is mostly like a white gravy, it was really tasty. White gravy is, and I think white gravy is used quite a bit in southern cooking as well. I think that is the case. When what? Chicken steak, chicken fried steak. I think it's steak that is like beef that is fried like chicken, and then I think there is white gravy on that. And that's really good. And you have, and I don't know, white gravy is actually chicken is actually delicious for such a simple flavor profile. Chimkim food stick. Yeah, yeah, I'd say so. What else? White gravy is actually delicious. Yeah, I think overall today was a fun and chill day. Thank you for. Oh, I remember what else. Having nuanced discussions about not masking not masking how you feel. I appreciated being able to have that kind of discussion, and also thank you for meeting me in the energy space that I was in. I really appreciate it. Masks are heavy. Masks are heavy. Clouds. What pushes us forward? hanging out with chat. Stream was really good today. Thank you. It even though I was struggling a little bit, but it definitely made my mood a lot better. And I actually really appreciate it. I appreciate you guys, and I appreciate the hanging out. What else? Did anything else you have to watch out for? Oh, I think the thing that slowed us down is not feeling 100% physically. And you know what? Like, there's not much I can do about that. If it happens, it happens. It is what it is. But I can change how I approach the day. I can change how I mentally prepare myself for it and accept what I can and can't do. And what I could do is just have an energy level that suits me. Oh, I forgot to swap my mic input for this PNG. Hold on. I noticed the mouth was not working. Yeah, yep. So I think that like what else I can do today is after stream ends, I'm going to tidy up and clean, and then I will chill with my food, and then I'll probably work on some more artwork. And luckily, because we've done a little bit of cleaning, there's not too much left to clean. Where do we want to go next? You know, right now, I'm living the ideal streaming balance that I want. But in the future, in the works, is I want to play Zelda Ocarina of Time. I'm currently working on a PNG outfit for that. I'm very excited. First ever Zelda game. It's going to be my first ever Zelda game. And I'll also be doing it with someone. So I'm looking forward to that very much. And I'm having so much fun creating the outfit as well. I've probably put in like a lot more detail, but I think it's because for the longest time, a lot of people have spoken to me about Zelda, and I've kind of like with a lot of passion and love and just like wanting to share the thing that they love, that I don't know, I just wanted to like put that into the PNG avatar, and I hope that it makes those people happy with what I've created. So yeah. My first ever Zelda game, so I'm very excited. I don't know when exactly I need to finish it, and then I also need to coordinate with the friend. But I am looking forward to it. And and this friend super loves Zelda, so I'm very excited to also experience it with them. Where else do we want to go? Oh, I want to continue building in Windrose. I'm really enjoying. So, okay, actually, note, I should not stream till 4 a.m. because that did a not. It's not related to what I'm currently feeling. But it took me a while to like get back into my routine after that one. So shouldn't do that again. That was a bit much. Um more balanced probably is what I would say. But yeah, but I still love Windrose. Other than that, I am slowly feeling the inspiration come back. So I think what I'm doing at the moment is just letting Ame, just letting the inspiration take her wherever wherever it wants to go. Thank you for hanging out and just letting me do my thing. I do apologize that I don't have a set schedule so that people can anticipate when I stream. Wait, Zelda? Yeah, I'm gonna be playing my first ever Zelda game, but I can't tell you when because I'm still working on the outfit. I'm probably putting a lot of effort into it, but I hope it makes people happy. But yeah, thank you, chat, for meeting me where I am, both emotionally and mentally. I really appreciate it. Yeah, and thank you for coming back. An ad is starting. I need to snooze it as we do our goodbyes. And I think I would like to raid. Oh no, I know who I need to raid. Hold on. Let me just snooze this ad so that people aren't stuck. Riel, you're welcome. Thank you for hanging out. I know you're very busy. Thank you, Yama, for the head pats. Thank you also for hanging out. I know people are very busy, but I really appreciate you all. Okay, I'm gonna take a screenshot of this because I like to keep these little reflection things. File, save as 6064 Rough Retro. Now, the next cooking stream, I'm not 100% sure what I'm going to do. I know it's meant to be midsummer, but I've just done Swedish food now. And I low-key really want to try making this Pursuit of Jade dish where the main Chung Yu from that show, the character, is like skilled in braising meats. And I kind of want to try this like braised pork belly, which is also something that I had when I was traveling in Taiwan. And it's so delicious. And it'd be so good for winter here in Melbourne as well. Yeah. Let me go to the just chatting. Oh, I don't have the raw retro on this table, so that mic's gone. I'm gonna set up a raid. I know exactly who we're raiding. We're going to raid Etren and Engage. They're currently doing a collab. They're playing Halo, and it's Engage's first time playing. Wait, I think they're wrapping up. So if I raid them first. I need to raid them first. And alright, we're gonna raid them. Once again, chat, thank you. I think they're wrapping up, so I want to raid them first. Bye, chat. Bye. I appreciate you. Take care. Look after yourselves. Bye. You're welcome. You're welcome, chef. Let's go. Thank you, chef. Thank you. All right, I'm hitting the raid now. Hello. What's happening? Oh wait, you're watching. I thought it was Love in Deep Space. Alright, I gotta change my... I need to clean up, so I'm gonna change my mic. It's gonna be not great.